Test. Test. Test.
Check, 1, 2, check. Test, 1, 2, test.
Yeah, you can hear it there.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. Test. 1, 2, 3. Test, test, test. Test in the paddock area on the backside. Test in the grandstand area. Test. 1, 2, 3. Correct time of day on the board at 12:01. Changes up and coming at approximately 12:20. 1 o'clock. Post time for the first. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Inverness Raceway. $13 card on tap here this afternoon. Atlantic Sire Stakes, 3-year-old pacing colts. A division and B division, we have two of both. The Phil Pinckney Nova Scotia Stakes. There for 3-year-old pacing fillies. They are going for purse $10,220. A field of 5 over here in race number 6. Race number 6. Race number 8, the Atlantic Sire Stakes A division, a field of 5. Race number 10, 3-year-old pacing fillies for the Phil Pinckney second division and a field of 5. They're going for purse $10,220. The Atlantic Sire Stakes, the A division, they're going for over $14,000. One of our features on this afternoon's card of racing over in race number 13. It's our Waters Over. Here at the Inverness Raceway, they go for purse $2,000 in a field of 70s Coast Invader. Fear the Shadow. Light by Shadow and Zach Mullins, last week's winner. In 157 3/5, going away, Rock'em Sock'em Scott. At a post 4 would be your best man is 5 Going Yard, 6 on the outside in the backfield. It's Spectrum Sealster. If you want to check your program, we're going to go over the changes here for this afternoon's card of racing. Corrections for this afternoon's card of racing. I know there were a couple of speakers set up over there on the backside. I have reports there's nothing coming through in the paddock area. You may be able to hear a little bit there on the backside. Should be set up underneath on the grandstand side. The speakers at present time are in Ottawa. They're being shipped. Hopefully they'll be in early this week. They'll be up and at it as soon as they arrive, and hopefully they'll have them all hooked up by Wednesday. We'll just play that by ear for now. But everything is pushing towards the end. However, race number 1 here at the Inverness Raceway on June 22nd, Stake Day. Here at the Raceway, over in race number 1, number 5, Sweet Success. Pencil in the trainer, Mr. Lennon McIsaac. Lennon McIsaac, the trainer in the 5, Sweet Success. Over to race number 2, it's the Atlantic Sire Stakes. 3-year-old pacing colts B division. They go for $6,000 and a field of 5. The entries are going as programmed. Over to race number 3, second and the early daily double, number 3, Zero Stress Nora. Brody McPhee. Brody McPhee is the driver. Over to race number 4, Atlantic Sire Stakes, 3-year-old pacing colts B division for $6,000 again. Ernie Laughin. Ernie Laughin drives the 1. Miramichi Charlie. Note number 6, Maverick Treasure. Maverick Treasure is a gelding for the 6, Maverick Treasure. Over to race number 5, race 5, the 5, Lion Swift. Ryan DeRoche is the driver. Ryan DeRoche on the 5, Lion Swift. Race number 6, Phil Pinckney, Nova Scotia Stake for 3-year-old pacing fillies. Field of 5 and the entries are going as programmed. Over to race number 7, race 7, equipment change on the 3, Betty White. Off with the Murphy blind on the right-hand side, off with the side rolls, and he goes from an open to a closed bridle, open to a closed bridle. That's going to push us over to race number 8, Atlantic Sire Stakes. 3-year-old pacing Colt C division for $14,000. Field of 5, entries going as programmed. Entries as programmed in the 9th. Race number 10, number 1, Blue Jean Baby. Ernie Laughin is the driver on the 1. Blue Jean Baby, that's over in race number 10. Race 11, 12, and 13, they go as programmed. Correct time of day showing on the board at 12:16. 1 o'clock is post time for the first. Testing, 1, 2, 3, test, 1, 2, 3. Couple of qualifiers here at the Inverness Raceway this morning. A 2-year-old qualifier. We danced anyway. A winner by 5 lengths and 2:03 and 1/5 for driver Mark Campbell, finishing up second. We're Barclay and a Zach Bullens in the sulky. He was back 5 lengths, paced a mile in 2:04 and 1/5. Up for third, Woodmere Novak. He was 16 lengths. He was charted in 2:06 and 2/5. And a Redmond Doucette in the sulky. All 3 entries meet the qualifying standards here set out by the judges at the Inverness Raceway. Over to the second qualifier, Mapple's Lion. In rain to Mary Claire McDonald, a winner by 30 lengths in a mile of 1:58 and 1/5, finishing up second, Highway of Heroes. Mark Campbell in the sulky. He was charted in 2:04 and 1/5. The one Camco Jessica made a break into the first turn. He'll have to come back and qualify. Crack time of day showing on the board at 12:41. 1 o'clock is our post time. A 13- card on tap here this afternoon. 2 divisions of the Atlantic Sire Stakes B division. 2 divisions of the Atlantic Sire Stakes 3-year-old pacing colts. A division. 2 divisions of the Nova Scotia Stake, the Phil Pinkney Stakes. They go 2 divisions of 5 there. And also our winners over here this afternoon. For those of you just arriving, we're going to go over the changes on this afternoon's Cardiff Racing. Over in race number 1, race 1, number 5, Sweet Success. Pencil in the trainer. The trainer is Lennon McIsaac. Lennon McIsaac, the trainer. On the 5, Sweet Success in the first. Over to race number 2, Atlantic Sire Stakes B division for 6,000. The entries going as program. It's the first end of the early daily double. Over to race number 3, race 3, number 3, Zero Stress Nora. Brody McPhee is up. Brody McPhee on the 3, Zero Stress Nora. Over to race number 4, Atlantic Sire Stakes B division again. Ernie Laughin on the 1, Miramichi Charlie. Miramichi Charlie, the 1 entry in the 4th. Ernie Laughin is your driver. Note number 6, Maverick Treasure is a gelding. Over to race number 5, Lion Swift. Ryan DeRoche is up. Race number 6, Phil Pinkney Memorial. It's a Nova Scotia Stake for 3-year-old pacing fillies. Field of 5. They go for $10,220. And the entries are going as programmed. Over to race number 7, equipment change on the 3, Betty White. Off with the Murphy blind on the right-hand side. Off with the side rolls. And he goes from an open to a closed bridle. Over in race number 8, Atlantic Sire Stake 3-year-old pacing Colts A division for $14,080. A field of 5 entries as programmed. Entries as programmed over in race number 9. Next correction over in race number 10, number 1, Blue Jean Baby. Pencil in the driver, Mr. Ernie Laughin. Ernie Laughin is your driver. Races 11, 12, and 13. They're going as programmed. 12:44, correct time of day showing on the board at approximately 12:52. The entries will make their way from the paddock area on towards Post Parade. Here in the first, no driver changes, 7-horse field exacta, triacta, win place and show wagering. The entries for the first. Moving down the backside on towards Post Parade. Here for the first. On parade from the lower turn are the entries here in the first classification. Now winners 1 of 2 parimutuel races light. They go for purse. $1,100 on the rail. West River Jordan, a 3-year-old Stonebridge Terror filly, owned by Haley McDonald. Mary Claire McDonald trains and drives. MJ Craig, at a post 2, owned by Ryder McLean. Andrew McLean trains and drives. 3 Bank of Dad, older trainer driver, is Mr. Tim Gillis. Up in post 4, that's Miss Chili Pepper, a 9-year-old Dally mare, owned and trained by Timmy Gillis this afternoon. It's Mr. Aiden Dix. At a post position 5, it's the 7-year-old by Sweet Lou. It's Sweet Success, by Keegan McLean. Lennon McIsaac trains. Mr. Redmond Doucette is up. DJ Dragon at a post 6, owned by Brady Doyle and Charlie Sims. George Renison trains. Mark Campbell drives. In the backfield at 7, Sue Warrior and owner, trainer driver, is Mr. Sandy McNeil. Field is 7 here in the first. Exact, Triact, Win Place and Show Wagering. 5 minutes on post time here for the first. My selection here in the first, my selection. I went to the 2. MJ Cray, a 3-year-old by Roll with Harry, a recent purchase by Ryder McLean. At Inverness, coming down in front of us here in front of the grandstand. Andrew McLean is in the sulky, just getting acclimated to the Inverness Raceway. Here in his last start last week, just off a quarter of a length, come the last quarter in 30 seconds, a mile 2:01 4/5. Andrew McLean is back in the sulky. For second, I went to the 6, DJ Dragon, a 3-year-old by Fear the Dragon, owned by Brady Doyle and Charlie Sims. George Renison trains. Mark Campbell is in the sulky. He's the public's choice at the present time at $4.10. A winner this year in 2:02 2/5 at the Truro Raceway. And for third, I went to the 1, West River Jordan, a 3-year-old Stonebridge Terror filly, owned and bred by Haley McDonald. Mary Claire McDonald was one of the breeders, the trainer, and the driver. 2, 6, and 1. My selection here in the first. Good luck with yours. Entries have completed their second and final score, and the entries have been called up to the gate. Your officials for this afternoon's card of racing. Our paddock judge over there is Linda Gillis. Linda Gillis in the paddock this afternoon. Alex Monroe is going to be our starter here this afternoon. Leonard Wyris drives that beautiful starting gate. The presiding judge in our grandstand this afternoon is Inverness native Mr. Danny McKenna. Your associate judges this afternoon, Karen Hucko and Gary Gardner. Thomas Burke is on photo finish. Brock McLean is on photo patrol. Carter McDonald is our timer. Shannon McLean is our charter. And our track manager is Miss Megan McQuarrie. Entries for the first called up to the gate. The gate's in motion. Entries in the hands of your starter. Entries moving on the stable turn here in the first field of 7. West River Jordan on the rail for Mary Claire McDonald. MJ Craig. He hit a post 2 at Andrew McLean, the bank of Dad. Timmy Gillis at a post 3. Miss Chili Pepper. Catch driver Aiden Gillis at a 4 Sweet Success. Redmond Doucette. DJ Dragon on the outside and Mark Campbell in the backfield. It's Sue Warrior and Sandy McNeil. 13 dash card on tap here this afternoon at the Inverness Raceway. 1 o'clock. It's post time. Down off for the gate and away and bank of that. Heads out looking for the lead. Miss Chili Pepper driving second. Sweet Success quickly. Up here on the outside, he's second. He's now challenging for the lead. Down the backside toward that opening quarter now in the bank of Dad. Wants to play some hardball in at the rail on the outside. Sweet Success. And that's Son of Sweet Lou. Heads out to the lead, and Sweet Success is up front for Redmond Doucette by 2 lengths. Bank of Dad is second. 29 2/5 past the opening quarter. Up here third. That is Miss Chili Pepper. West River Jordan is in at the rail 4. 5 on the outside. That is DJ Dragon with Mark Campbell. On toward now the half mile. MJ Cray is on the move at a 6 in the backfield. That is Sue Warrior. We're past the half mile. And Sweet Success. Up front on the lead, still by 2 lengths, DJ Dragon. Closing up here, second on the outside, driving third. That is MJ Cray, 58 and 4/5. They were down at the half mile. We're up towards the 3/4. And DJ Dragon is up front on the lead. Second on the outside, MJ Cray. West River Jordan is out there third on the outside, along with Heading over towards the 7/8 turn, 130 and 2/5. Past that 3/4, DJ Dragon is there. Miss Chili Pepper is second. And out here on the far outside, well, that is MJ Cray. We're through the lanes now. DJ Dragon is bringing them on home. MJ Cray is taking a run, but DJ Dragon hangs on second. That is MJ Cray up for third. It's Miss Chili Pepper. 2 minutes, 2/5. DJ Dragon and Mark Campbell here on the first. Unofficially, 6-2-4 and 7. DJ Dragon, the winner. MJ Cray was second. Miss Chili Pepper third. And Sue Warrior up for 4. 6-2-4 and 7 unofficially here in the first. Heading back to the first race, winner's circle. 3-year-old by Pacing Gelding by Fear the Dragon. And the better's Delightmare, Valentino DeVee. This horse was bred by Joey DeVee Farm, LIC. Ed, New Jersey, George Renison does the training. He's owned by Brady Doyle and Charlie Sims. Mark Campbell starts it off in the opener here this afternoon. 2 minutes and 2/5. That's a new lifetime mark for the 3-year-old DJ Dragon. And the first official, West River Jordan, was 5. MJ Cray second. Bank of Dad was 7. Miss Chili Pepper third. Sweet Success 6. DJ Dragon the winner. So Warrior was 4. By the quarter, 29 and 2. The half, 58 and 4. 3/4, 130 and 2. Race winning trap. 2 minutes, 2/5. Top of the program, it should read 527 361. Then 4 on the bottom across the board for the winner. 360, 280 at 210. Place entry number 2. MJ Cray, 790 and 230. The show entry, the 4. Miss Chili Pepper, $8.80. 624 Triacta It returned $219. $219. Exact completion. 6 and 2. It come back $9.90. Up and coming, it's race number 2. It's the first end of the early daily double. It's the Atlantic Sire Stakes 3-year-old Pacing Colt Speed Division. They go for per $6,000, a field of 5. And the entries are going as programmed in the second. Over to race number 3, second and the early double, number 3, Zero Stress. Nora, pencil in the driver, Mr. Brody McPhee. Brody McPhee, the driver on the 3, Zero Stress. Nora, that's over in race number 3, second in the early daily double. Quinella Triacta, win, place, and show wagering here on the second. 6 stake races on tap here this afternoon at the Inverness Raceway. 13-dash card. We're going to get them going here in the Atlantic Sire Stakes. 3-year-old pacing Cold Speed Division. They go for per $6,000. On the rail, it's Traveling Soldier, a 3-year-old by Arthur Bluechip. James McGuinness shares ownership with the trainer, the breeder, and the owner, Walter Walker, in the sulky. It's Corey McPherson. 2 box, 1 bone, Mary Claire McDonald. For owner trainer, Garnet Arnold. Halmack Farms Limited and Wayne McCrae are the breeders. The 3, Flaming Freddy, a 3-year-old by Flameproof Hanover. By Renison Racing Incorporated, Nicholas Fleming. George Renison trains. David Dowling in the sulky. Norman Hall is the breeder. The 4, Father Huey, a 3-year-old by Bet the Moon, owned and trained by Joe Janiga, bred by One Back Down Stable. Redmond Doucette this afternoon. And at a post position 5, moving down the backside there, is the 3-year-old by Penn Sway. The horse's name is Bentley. He's owned and bred by Michael Cleary. John Cleary is the trainer. Mr. Mark Campbell is in the sulky. He tries to go back to back, winning here in the opener with DJ Dragon, a 3-year-old by Fear the Dragon, in a new lifetime mark, 2 minutes 2/5. Here in the second, he has the Public's Choice at $2.80. That is Bentley in 3 starts this season. Bentley has been a 2-time winner and took a mark of 157 and 1/5. Mark Campbell was in the sulky. There his last start in the conditioned field over there at the Charlottetown Driving Park. So I went with him to what it for second. I went to the 1, Traveling Soldier, a 3-year-old by Arthur Bluechip. James McGuinness shares ownership with the trainer and the breeder, Walter Walker. Corey McPherson is catch driving here this afternoon. He qualified here at the Inverness Raceway on May the 28th at a mile of 2 minutes. Redmond Doucette sat in the sulky for that qualifier. And for third, I went to the 3, Flaming Freddy, a 3-year-old. Norman Hall did the breeding on this Flameproof Hanover. The gelding paced a mile in 1:57 3/5. Andrew Campbell was in the sulky, and he was made an interference break heading at the 7/8 turn in that start. 5, 1, and 3, my call. Here for the second, Atlantic Sire Stakes B Division for $6,000, going to post in 4 minutes. Down to 2 minutes now. 2 minutes post time. Here for the second. Entries for the second called up to the gate. Entries for the second in the hands of your starter. Entries moving on the stable turn here in the second. Atlantic Steyr Stakes 3-year-old Pacing Colt Speed Division. They go for first. $6,000. Traveling Soldier on the rail and Corey McPherson. 2 Mox, 1 Moon. Mary Claire McDonald, Flaming Friday. And David Dowling. Father Huey, Redmond Doucette. On the outside it's Bentley. Adam Mark Campbell. Field of 5. Come to the top of the lane here in the second at the Inverness Raceway. Atlantic Steyr Stakes B Division. Down off the gate and away, and Flaming Freddy goes to a break into the turn. On the outside there, Father Huey takes over the front, but Bentley and Mark Campbell quickly up here on the outside to take over the lead and cut out the fractions, driving toward the opening quarter now, and Bentley is comfortable up front by 3 on the lead. Tightening in here second, that is the 4 entry, Father Huey. Up here third, Traveling Soldier. At 4, that is 2 Mox, 1 Moon. 29 3/5 past that opening quarter, caught the field in the backfield. It's Flaming Freddy and David Dowling. Stretched out single file to the half mile here. And Bentley is up front for Mark Campbell. Father Huey driving here in a tight second. Third on the outside is Traveling Soldier, who'll be followed by 2 Walks and 1 Moon. Back on a break in the backfield, but back pacing again. That's Flaming Freddy. 59 3/5, the 3-year-olds. We're by the half mile. We're up towards the 3/4 now, and the 3-year-old Penn Sway. That's Bentley. He's up front by 1.5. Second here is Father Huey. Third on the outside is Traveling Soldier. 2 Mox and 1 Moon is in 4 at the rail. They were by that 3/4 in 1:29 1/5. We're off the 7/8 turn. Going to have a stretch drive through the lanes here. Up front it's Bentley and Mark Campbell to bring them on home. Father Huey is second. Through the lanes here, Bentley, Father Huey, but Bentley will win it here by 4 for second. That is Father Huey up here third. That is 2 Mox, 1 Moon. 157 3/5. Bentley here in the second. Arriving back here at the race number 2's Winter Circle, 3-year-old Basic Colt by Penn Sway. And the Western Hanover mare Western. This horse is owned and bred by Michael Cleary. At a Montague, Prince Edward Island, John Cleary does the conditioning. Mr. Mark Campbell in the sulky, back-to-back winners, first and second, a good race winning trip over the Inverness Raceway, 157 3/5. This is 3-year-old Bentley. And the second official traveling soldier was 4. 2 Box, 1 Moon was 3. Flaming Freddy, 5. Father Huey, 2nd. Bentley, the winner. 29 3, 59 3, 129 1. 157 3/5. Top the program, 4-3-5-2, then 1 on the bottom. 157 3/5. Bentley. Race winner here in the second. Mark Campbell, second winner on the program. Across the board, $683, $210. The place, the 4, Father Huey, $930 and $590. And for third, the 2 Mox, 1 Moon, $3.70. 4-5, Quinella, $8.80. Tracked combination 5, 4, and 2. It returned $87.80. Up and coming here in the third. Brody McPhee on the 3-0. Stress Nora. Your approximate daily double odds, approximate daily double odds. Starship Art, 24-24. Real Big, 27-27. Zero Stress Nora, 13-13. Mudslide Lucas, 17-17. Makes Me Stupid, 55-55. JJ's Night's Image, 37-37. And Delightful Wine, $4. On parade from the lower turn are the entries here in the second classification. Now winners 451 last 5. They go for a purse of $11.75. Rebecca McKenzie, Kim Gottwall, and Sandra O'Donnell share ownership with the trainer-driver Kevin Bailey. The one is Starship Art. Two Real Big, a 14-year-old by Mr. Big. Marla McKay shares ownership with the trainer Lily Watson. Keegan Madden in the sulky. The two is Real Big. 3-0 Stress Nora gets the driving services of Brody McPhee. Owned and trained by Patricia LeBlanc. Next on post parade, here in the third is the 5 Makes Me Stupid. Winebacks Webster Stable. Mary McQuarrie trains Arden Mofford between the wheels. 6 JJ's Knight's Image gets the services of David Dowling for owner trainer Eileen Beaton. Rounding out the field, number 7 Delightful Wine, owned by Erland Campbell. Madison Poirier trains Mark Campbell. Tries to go for a natural driving triple. Last on post, here's the 4 Mudslide Lucas, owned by Avery Frazier, trained by Charlie Frazier. Redmond Doucette is in the sulky. Field of 7 here in the second. They're going to post in 6 minutes. 6 minutes. Post time. Here for the third. Exacta Triacta. Win place and show wagering. Entries on the way back, second and final score. My selection here in the third, here in race number 3, I went with the 7 Delightful Wine. A 7-year-old by Better's Delight. 2 starts this year. Finished 5th and finished 6th, but dropping down in class here this afternoon. The betting favorite at $3.20. Delightful Wine was a winner last year at the Charlottetown Driving Park in a mile of 1:54 and 2/5. Mark Campbell was in the sulky that evening. He teams up again with the 7-year-old by Better's Delightful Wine. Madison Poirier does the conditioning. For second, I went to the 4 Mudslide Lucas, 4-year-old by Tobago Case, owned by Avery Frazier at Inverness. Father Charlie Frazier. He does the training. 2 starts this year, a win and a third. That win coming in the very latest, 2:01 and 4/5. Redmond Doucette. He's back in the sulky here this afternoon. And for third, I went to the 3-0 Stress Nora, owned and trained by Patricia LeBlanc. 2 starts this year, knocking on the door, 2 deuces. For Redmond Doucette, he elects to stay with Mudslide Lucas. Brody McPhee gets that catch drive here. 7, 4, and 3, my selection here in the third. The entries for the third have been called up to the gate. And the favorite showing on the board at present time is Delightful Wine, starting in the backfield. For owner Erlen Campbell, driver Mark Campbell, he goes for driving triple here in this one. $2.80. Second favorite on the board at $9.50. It's the 4. Mudslide Lucas and Redmond Doucette. Long shot on the board. It's out there on the outside. David Dowling and JJ's Knight's Image. Entries for the third being gathered up. Entries for the third in the hands of your starter. Entries in the third, moving on the stable turn, Starship Park. Kevin Bailey, Real Big. And a Keegan Madden. Zero Stress Nora, Brody McPhee. Mudslide Lucas. Redmond Doucette, Makes Me Stupid, Arden Malford. JJ's Knight's Image, David Dowling. And Delightful Wine in the backfield. And Mark Campbell, field of 7, comes to the top of the lane. Condition field for 11.75. Gate picks up speed. And they're off and racing in Zero Stress Nora along with Starship Art. Head out into the turn, and Starship Art comes away from the lead, driving second. That is Zero Stress Nora. Up here third, that is Real Big. Yeah, to 4, JJ's Knight's Image. Up here in 5 is Delightful Wine. Yeah, to 6, Makes Me Stupid in the backfield. That is Mudslide Lucas. Stretched out single file, Kevin Bailey. As the 5-year-old Arthur Blue Chip Starship Art past that opening quarter. And 30-3, and quickly at the 5-hole, scooting right up to take over the lead. That is the Public's Choice, Delightful Wine, and Mark Campbell to hit the pylons, heading toward the half mile here now. And Delightful Wine on the outside. Starship Bert is in at the rail, not giving it up. Zero Stress Nora is third. 4 on the outside, Makes Me Stupid. Yeah, to 5, Real Big. 1 minute, 1/5 down the backside, 3/4. Up and coming here, Starship Art. 1/4 of a length. Delightful Wine is second. Zero Stress Nora. Out here, third on the outside for 4, Real Big. At a 5, Makes Me Stupid. JJ's Knight's Image. Out on the far outside in the backfield of Mudslide Lucas. 3/4, 130 and 4/5. Heading towards the 7/8 turn. Starship Art is going to bring along home. Delightful Wine is second. Out here at third on the outside. Through the lanes now. And Starship Art is taken over by Delightful Wine. Starship Art on the outside. Delightful Wine to win it. Starship Art second. Real Big in the middle finishes up here for third. 2:01. Delightful Wine here in the third. A driving clinic put on here this afternoon at the Inverness Raceway by one of the Maritime's finest, Mr. Mark Campbell, driving at the Charlottetown Driving Park and the Summerside Raceway. He teams back up here this afternoon with Delightful Wine. It's a 7-year-old by piece of gelding by Banner's Delight at the Vintage Master Mare. Wine with Me. Douglas Millard out of Woodstock, Ontario, did the breeding on the 7-year-old gelding. He's owned by Erland Campbell out of Inverness. Madison Poirier is the trainer. Mark Campbell is scoring back here with a natural driving triple. Winners in races 1, 2, and back here in the third, 2:01. Delightful Wine. He had to work for this one over Starship Art second. Real Big third. Zero Stress Nora finished up third. Delightful Wine and Mark Campbell, congratulations. Third official, Starship Art was second, Real Big third. Zero Stress Nora 4, Mudslide Lucas 7. Makes Me Stupid 6, JJ's Night's Image 3, Delightful Wine was the winner. 30 and 3, a minute and 1, 130 and 4, and 201. Top the card 234 765 1. On the bottom, across the board 290, 210, 220. The one Starship Art was second, 770 and 380. The show the two Real Big, Keegan Madden, $5. The double came back $4.80, $4.80. Exacta 7 and 1, 29.30. 7 1 and 2 try, $76 even. $76 even. Up and coming. It's race number 4. Atlantic Sires takes a 3-year-old pacing cold speed division for $6,000. Ernie Laughin up and aboard on the 1 Miramichi Charlie. Number 6, Maverick Treasure is a gelding. On post parade from the lower turn there, the entries here in the 4th. Atlantic Sire Stakes 3-year-old pacing cold speed division. They go for per $6,000. Clayton and Joe McCombs are the owners and the breeders of the 1 Miramichi Charlie. Ernie Laughin gets the call this afternoon for trainer Danny Bromo. Big Bond Cash, Mark Campbell at a post 2. By Ryan, Everett McLeod. Landon Campbell trains, Mark Campbell up. Onions to go. Owned by Simon Poirier and Chad McDonnell. Lanny Hanscombe trains. Corey McPherson drives. The 4, Roland and Reed. Owned by Ian Tate and George Riley. Mary Claire McDonald trains and drives. Bedham's Special K. Jeff Lilly, Danny Purcell, Blair McLaughlin, and Doug Lothers are the owners. George Renison trains. Paul Langell In the sulky, rounding out the field, number 6, Maverick Treasure. A 3-year-old by Malicious, owned by Manzi McVicker and Allison Boutler. They share ownership with the trainer-driver, Mr. Arden Mofford. Field of 6, Atlantic Sire Stakes, 3-year-old colts. B Division for $6,000, Quinella Triacta. Win, place, and show wagering. My selection here in the 4th. Here in the 4th, I went to the 2, Big Pond Cash, a 3-year-old, by Penn Sway. The breeder was Huey Murphy. He had a Prince Edward Island. Landon Campbell does the training for driver Mark Campbell. Why wouldn't I go back to Mark Campbell? Big Pond Cash here in the 4th. For 2nd, I went to the 3. The local Onions to Go, a 3-year-old. Bet the Moon Colt. Owned and bred by Simon Poirier and Chad McDonnell, Corey McPherson. In the sulky. And for 3rd, I went to the 1. Miramichi Charlie. Winner this year. In 156 4/5. Ernie Laffin gets the call here this afternoon. He did drive this colt before, and he was a winner at the Truro Raceway in 56 4/5. 2, 3, and 1. My call here on the 4th. Entries up, 2nd and final score, down to 3 at the windows, 3 to go. Favorite showing on the board at present time is the 2, Big Pond Cash. He's a 3-year-old by Penn Sway, owned by Ryan and Everett McLeod. Out of Surrey, Prince Edward Island, Landon Campbell trains. Mark Campbell in the sulky. 2nd favorite on the board at $8.80. It's Onions to Go. And Corey McPherson up. The longest shot on the board, it's Roland and Reed for Mary Claire McDonald. This 3-year-old by Roll with Harry is owned by Ian Tate, one of our sponsors for our beautiful starting gate. He shares ownership at George Riley at a Summerside, Prince Edward Island. He's the longest shot on the board at $37.60. At $3.40, the public's choice is Mark Campbell and Big Pond Cash. It's your last chance at the windows. Sorry for the delays with our monitors. Everything is up and running here this afternoon now at the Inverness Raceway. 3-4 favorite on the board. He's at 3-5 now. Is the 2 Big Pond Cash. Right there at $7.60 is the 1 Miramichi Charlie. She was a winner in 56 4/5 at the Truro Raceway for Ernie Laughin. He's back in the sulky here this afternoon for conditioner Mr. Danny Romo. Entries called up to the gate here for the 4th. Entries moving on. Let's stable turn here in the 4th. Atlantic Sire Stakes 3-year-old pacing colts. B division, they go for per $6,000. Miramichi Charlie. Scoring on the rail and Ernie Laughin. Big Pond Cash and Mark Campbell. Onions to go, Corey McPherson. Roland Reed. Mary Claire McDonald. Benham Special K. Paul Angel, Maverick Treasure, Arden Mofford. Atlantic Sire Stakes B Division, they come from the top of the lane here at the Inverness Raceway on Sunday afternoon. Post time for the 4th. Down off of the gate away in Miramichi Charlie. And Ernie Laughin head out for the lead up here, second and challenging on the outside is Big Pond Cash. We're heading down the backside toward the opening quarter down. Miramichi Charlie, he wants to set out the fractions, but Big Pond Cash, he wants to set them out too, and he's going to take over for driver Mark Campbell. Back 2 lengths there. That is Miramichi Charlie up here third. That is Onions to go. At a 4, Roland Reed up here in 5. That is Benham Special K in the backfield. That is Maverick Treasure. 28 3/5, a good opening quarter. We're on toward the half mile now. And the Public's Choice at $3.30. Big Pond Cash up front for Mark Campbell second. That is Miramichi Charlie up here third. Onions to go at a 4, Roland Reed from 5. That is Benham Special K. Maverick Treasure in the backfield. 58 seconds flat. They were by the half mile. We're up the backside and the 3/4 up and coming now. 2 long entries up front here, first and second. Big Pond Cash. Here is a Miramichi Charlie. And Ernie Laughin on the outside up here to challenge. Looks like he's going to go right by pretty easily here. 128 2/5 past 3/4 off the top turn, and Miramichi Charlie is going to bring him on home. Big Pond Cash is second and coming back on. We're driving through the lanes here on the inside. Big Pond Cash, but up here on the outside to win it. That's Miramichi Charlie. Onions to go is third. 157, Miramichi Charlie here in the 4th. Unofficially 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Unofficially 1, 2, 3, 4 showing on the board. Miramichi Charlie in 157 Atlantic Sire Stakes winner. Coming back from the lower turn is the 3-year-old brown pacing colt by Malicious and the American Ideal Mare Exclamation. This horse is owned and bred by Clayton and Joe McCombs out of Miramichi, New Brunswick. Danny Romo does the training. Mr. Ernie Laughin in the sulky. A good race winning trip, 157. Here is 3-year-old Miramichi Charlie. And a trackside cooler presentation to the winner, Miramichi Charlie, Ernie Laughin, Danny Romo, and Butch Hocko. To the winner, Miramichi Charlie, Ernie Laughin, here in the fourth. Fourth official, Miramichi Charlie, the winner, Big Pond Cash, was second. Onions to go third. Roland Reed was four. Benham Special K5. Madrick Treasure finished up 6. 28 and 3. 58 flat. 128 and 2. 157. Top the program, just like Sesame Street. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 157, 3-year-old Miramichi Charlie and Ernie Laughin and trainer Danny Romo. 880, 330, and 240. The place 2, Big Pond Cash, 210 at 210. The show, the 3. Onions to go. And Corey McPherson, $2.80. 1 tour, 2-1. Quinella came back, $4.30. 1, 2, 3 try. $21.60. $21.60. Up and coming, it's race number 5. Race number 5, number 5, Lion Swift. Ryan DeRoche is the driver. Condition field also eligible, $5,000 claiming. They go for a purse, $1,300. And the entries will be making their way to the Raceway for post parade momentarily. Entries moving down the backside on towards Post Parade. Here in the fifth, a full field of 8. Condition field also eligible, $5,000 claiming. Exact track to win place and show wagering. On parade from the lower turn are the entries here for the fifth. Non-winner 601 last 5 also eligible, $5,000 claiming. They go for $1,300. The one bet on Lucas, owned by Ed Harvey. Monica Sutherland trains and drives. Up here in post position 2 is the Two Finer Things. Owned trained by Lily Watson, Keegan Madden up. JG's Fireball, owned trained by Gussie McLean. Mark Campbell gets the call. Post position 4, Free Proof, on by Route 19 Racing. Trainer driver is Lewis backed it out. The 5 is Lion Swift, owned by J.J. McDonald. Lanny Hanscombe trains. Ryan DeRoche is the catch driver. Out here on the outside, that's the 6, Rankinville Seamus. Auto trainer driver, Mr. Sandy McNeil. Rodney Gillis gets the call on the 7, AB's Future, owned by G.G. Stone and Max Stable. Bernie McDonald trains. Don't Tell Kim to round out the 8-horse field, owned by Tanya Mofford. Erdl Mofford trains and drives. Full field of 8, exact to track to win place and show wagering. The entries having 2 scores and moving to the gate. My call here in the fifth, I went to the 4, Free Proof, a recent purchase by Route 19 Racing at a Long Point. Lewis McDonnell does the training and the driving, a one-time winner. He won last week in 2 minutes and 4/5 over the Inverness Raceway. He was out on the outside pretty well the bulk of that mile. Lewis McDonnell back in the sulky. Here I went with the 4, Free Proof. For second, I went to the 1, Bet on Lucas. And Monica Sutherland doing the driving. A 4-time winner last year in 2 minutes and 3/5. Just the qualifying win this year in 2:05 and 1/5. Monica Sutherland back in the sulky for Ed Harvey at Attamagush, Nova Scotia. And for third, I went to the 7, AB's Future, 12-year-old, driven to win stud, owned and bred by the G.G. Stone and Max Stable at a Port Hood. Bernie McDonald trains. 4, 1, and 7 is my call The favorite on the board is Free Proof. He's at $4.80, right there at $5.40. And why not? Mark Campbell in the sulky for owner-trainer Gussie McLean. That's the 3. GG's Fireball. Alec Monroe, please check your radio. Alec Monroe, please check your radio. Pick up the entries here on the turn, Mr. Monroe, please. Our next card of racing here at the Inverness Raceway goes to post. We're going to go this Wednesday evening. We're going to go to nighttime racing for a change here at the Inverness Raceway. 7 o'clock is post time. Condition sheet has been posted. Condition sheet closes. That'll be tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock. The draw to follow. And the entries will be posted on Standard Bred Canada. Racing here at the Inverness Raceway, 7 o'clock post time Wednesday evening. For now, the entries called up to the gate here for the 5th. Once again, to the public here this afternoon, we do apologize for our sound system. We're in the process of getting everything up and running. We have been guaranteed that the 17 speakers, the last to be installed here at the Inverness Raceway, will be coming in early this week. Hopefully, we're going to have everything up and going and sounding perfectly by Wednesday evening, next Sunday afternoon for 100% sure. We thank you for your patience. For now, we're moving with the 5th on the stable turn here at the Inverness Raceway, and a full complement of 8 bet on Lucas and Monica Sutherland, Finer Things, and Keegan Madden, JG's Fireball, and Mark Campbell, Free Proof. Lewis backed it out. Ryan DeRoche and Lion Swift at a post 5 on the outside. It's Rankinville Seamus. Sandy McNeil in the backfield. AB's Future, Rodney Gillis, and Don't Tell Kim at Ardmore. That's a field of 8. They come to the top of the lane here at the Inverness Raceway. It's post time for the 5th. And they're down off of the gate and away, and Finer Things heads out for the lead. JG's Fireball is second on the outside. Free Proof is third on the extreme outside. We're pacing down the backside toward the opening quarter now. JB's Fireball is up front, but Free Proof is on the outside now to take it over. Driving third, that is Finer Things. Up here on the outside, that is a Lion Swift, 29 and 4/5. Past that opening station, we're on toward the half mile. Free Proof is up front on the lead. Driving second here. On the outside, that is Ryan DeRoche and Lion Swift. Driving in here, third, JG's Fireball. Bet on Lucas is 4, Finer Things. Then AB's Future. Don't Tell Kim and Rankinville Seamus up the backside. And the 3/4 up and coming. 58 and 3/5. Free Proof is up front. JG's Fireball is second. Lion Swift is stalled out there, third in the outside, tipping out and going 3 deep. That's Bet on Lucas and Monica Sutherland on a farther outside. That's Rankinville Seamus and Sandy McNeil. Full Proof and Lewis McDonnell are holding up front on the lead. G's Fireball, he's going to pop in the 2-hole. Bet on Lucas and Rankinville Seamus, 130 and 1. Past 3/4 off the top turn through a lane. JG's Fireball on the outside. Free Proof is in at the rail. Driving to the finish. Free Proof is going to hang on for second. That is JG's Fireball. 3 across for third. 2:01 and 1/5. Free Proof here on the 5th. The photo is for show. Coming back to the race 5's Water Circle, 11-year-old Big Piece and Gelding by Classic Card Shark. Hit the Dexter Nuke Mare, Ambrose Rosebud. His horse was bred at the Windbank Farms in Chesapeake City, Maryland. He's owned by the Route 19 Racing. Lewis McDonnell in the sulky 2:01 and 1/5. Alec, could you take the phone in the paddock area or take a run up here? Unofficially 4-3, 6-1. Unofficially 4-3, 6-1 showing on the board. And the fifth official bet on Lucas 4. Finer Things was 5. JG's Fireball second. Free Proof the winner. Lion Swift was 8. Rankinville Seamus 3. AB's Future 7. Don't Tell Kim 6. 29 and 4, 58 and 3, 130 and 1, 201 and 1/5. Top the program. It should read 452, 183, 7, and 6 on the bottom. $201 and 1/5. Across the board for the winner. Free Proof 450, 270, 280. JG's Fireball 390, 230, $2.10. Rankinville Seamus. Exact combination 4 and 3, $11.30. Track combination 4, 3, and 6, $101. Up and coming, Phil Pinckney Memorial. It's the Nova Scotia stake for 3-year-old pacing fillies in honor of the late and great Mr. Phil Pinckney. They go for purse $10,220, field of 5 in 11 minutes. On parade from the lower turn are the entries here in the 6th. It's the Phil Pinckney Memorial Nova Scotia Stakes for 3-year-old pacing fillies. They go for purse $10,220. The one is Lady Hess, a 3-year-old, bred by Greg McKenzie and Megan Baird. He's owned by the Group of 7 stable. Jamie Smith trains. Corey McPherson up. At post 2, Halmac Maleficent, owned by Peter Gilby, bred by the Halmac Farms at Brookfield. Ryan DeRoche drives for trainer Joe Baxter. Mind, Body, and Soul, Mark Campbell at a post 3. Greg McKenzie did the breeding here, also owned by the Windermere Farms, Hollis Newson. Sterling Buchanan and Jack Quinn are watch trains. The 4, Castaway Moon, a three-legged pacer, owned and bred by Michelle Patriquet. At a McPhee's corner, Ernie Laughlin trains and drives, rounding out the field. Number 5, Shadows Princess, owned and bred by the Redland Farms at a Bible Hill. Paul Langell trains and drives. Field of 5 for $10,220. It's the Phil Pinckney Memorial Stake. Here in the 6th, race number 6, I went to the one Lady Hess, a 6-time winner. Yet of 11 starts last year, earned over $40,000. Paced a mile and 56 2/5 at the Charlottetown Driving Park. He's owned by the Group of 7 stable. He had a couple of tighteners here for this Nova Scotia stake, and he qualified in 58 1/5. Corey McPherson was in the sulky. And as I said, a 6-time winner last year, 56 2. For second, I went to the 3, Mind, Body, and Soul, a 3-year-old Malicious, with the Windermere Farms, Hollis Newson, Sterling Buchanan, and Jack Quinn. Ernie Watts is the conditioner, and Mark Campbell is up, a 2-time winner from 4 this year, the winner at the Charlottetown Driving Park, and a 158 1/5. For third, I went to the 2, Halmac Maleficent, owned by Peter Gilby at a Lance. Joe Baxter trains Ryan DeRoche in the sulky. 1, 3, and 2, my call here for the 6th. Three-year-old fillies. Up second and final score. 2 minutes at the windows. 2 to go. Entries for the Phil Pinckney Memorial Stake have been called to the gate. Entries for the 6th. Moving on the stable turn. Phil Pinckney Memorial Nova Scotia Stake for 3-year-old pacing fillies. They go for purse $10,220 and a field of 5. Lady Hess on the rail and Corey McPherson. Halmac Maleficent. At a post 2 for Ryan DeRoche. Mind, Body, and Soul and Mark Kimball. Three-legged pacing, Castaway Moon. Ernie Laughin, Shadow Princess, and Mr. Paul Langell. They come to the top of the lane. This is the Phil Pinckney Memorial Stake. Gate picks up speed. Down off the gate, and Halmac Maleficent heads out for lead. Second in at the rail, that is Lady Hess out of 3. That is Mind, Body, and Soul out of 4. It's Castaway Ira in the 1 entry. Lady Hess went on a run, but she's back pacing here now. Up front on the lead, Halmac Maleficent. Second, Mind, Body, and Soul. Third, that is Lady Hess grabbing on in 3rd out of 4. That's the three-legged pacer. Castaway Moon in the backfield. That's Shadow Princess. They passed the opening quarter. It was 31 3/5. The judges' inquiry on the board. A reminder, the police hold all tickets till official results have been given. Up front on the lead, Halmac Maleficent in reign of Ryan DeRoche. Second, back to Lance. That is Mind, Body, and Soul driving 3rd. Lady Hess 4 on the outside. That is Shadow Princess. Down at the rail, going up the rail, Cast Iron Moon, 101. They were by that half mile. We're up the backside. The 3/4 up and coming. And Halmac Maleficent is still up front on the lead, a half a length to Mind, Body, and Soul. Driving 3rd and scooting down the rail. That is Cast Away Moon. And 4 on the outside. That is Lady Hess in the backfield. Shadow Princess. We're over towards the 7/8 turn. 1:30 and 3. Past that 3/4. Halmac Maleficent is going to bring them on home. Second on the outside driving. That is Mind, Body, and Soul tipping out, going 3 deep. It's Lady Hess. We're driving and racing through the lane, and Halmac Maleficent is going to hang on. Mind, Body, and Soul was second. Up here 3rd, it's Lady Hess. 158 4/5. Halmac Maleficent here in the 6th. The judge's inquiry on the dash is into the breaking horse. Lady Hess heading toward the opening quarter. Judges will have a quick look at that, and we'll get back to you. Unofficially, 2, 3, 1, and 5. Halmac Maleficent, the winner here in the 6th in the Phil Pinckney Memorial Stake. Mind, Body, and Soul was second. Lady Hess third, and Shadow Princess finished up 4. 2, 3, 1, and 5. Unofficially, inquiry. A reminder, please hold all tickets till official results have been given. And coming back a winner from the lower turn is the 3-year-old. Black placing filly by Malicious at the Blissful Hull mare. General Lucky Percy. His horse was bred at the Halmac Farms Limited in Brookfield. Prince Edward Island is trained by Joe Baxter, owned by Peter Gilby. He had a Lance. Halmac Maleficent was magnificent, going 3 for 3, 158 and 4, wire to wire here in the Phil Pinckney Memorial Stake. And a beautiful cooler Phil Pinckney Memorial being presented by track manager Megan McQuarrie. Halmac Maleficent, Ryan DeRoche, congratulations. Results of the inquiry. Number 1, Lady Hess, made a break on her own, heading toward the opening quarter. There were no interference. 2, 3, 1, and 5. Unofficially, here in the 6th. Sixth official, Lady Hess, was 3. Halmac Maleficent, the winner, Mind, Body, and Soul, second. Castaway Moon was 5. Shadow Princess 4. 31 and 3, 101 and 1, 130 and 3, 158 and 4. Top the program, 312, 5, then 4 on the bottom. 440, 230, 210. Place entry, the 3, Mind, Body, and Soul. 280, 210. Show entry, the 1, Lady Hess, $2.10. 2, 3, Quinella, $10 and 30 cents. 2, 3, and 1 try, $20 and 80 cents. Up and coming in the 7th. Number 3, Betty White, equipment change. Off with the Murphy blind on the right-hand side. He takes off the side rolls, and he goes from an open to closed bridle. Field of 7. Here in the 7th, they go to post in 12 minutes time. Entries for the 7th. Moving down the backside on towards Post Parade. Condition field, they go for purse 1,300. On parade from the lower turn there, the entries here in the 7th. Classification, number 701, last 5. They go for purse of 1,300. Introducing the field, here's the 1. Windmere Don't Matter. Malcolm McCacken shares ownership with the trainer Alex Sutherland. In the sulky this afternoon, it's Redmond Doucette. A better man from post 2, Gerard Kennedy does the driving for Terry Lynn Morrison and trainer Donald Kennedy. 3, Betty White, by Darlene and Brock McClellan. Zach Mullins trains and drives the 4, Damn Lucky, by Dion Gillis. Ambrose Gillis trains and drives the 5, I See True Grit. Mark Campbell for Patricia LeBlanc, cruising again. It must be known somewhere stable. Are the owners. DF for beaten is the trainer, Rodney Gillis, up and rounding out the field. It's number 7, will play at Dale by Erland Campbell. Madison Poirier trains. Ryan DeRoche does the driving. Field of 7 for 1,300. They go to post in 5 minutes. My call here in the 7th. I went to the 7, number 7, La Playa Deo. One-time winner in that one start this year. 2 minutes. His last start winning easily for Zach Mullins, going away in 2 minutes. For second, I want to the 1. Windmere Don't Matter. Malcolm McCacken at Port Hood shares ownership with the trainer Alex Sutherland. Redmond Doucette gets the call here this afternoon. And for third, I went to the 3. Betty White, the 4-year-old Rome, owned by Darlene and Brock McClellan. Zach Mullins trains and drives. 7, 1, and 3 is my call here for the 7th. Our 50-50 on sale here in the parimutuel area. 50-50 on sale in the parimutuel area. The Inverness 50-50. It's the best in the Maritimes. Slight favorite showing on the board at $6.30. That's the one. Windermere Don't Matter. Redmond Doucette gets the call here this afternoon. For Alec and Malcolm. He did qualify this one in 2-2-2. I can't remember Redmond driving this one in a pari-mutuel race. But Redmond's up here this afternoon. And he's at $6.40. La Playa Deo's at $7.20 for Ryan DeRoche. He drives for Erlen Campbell and trainer Madison Poirier. Entries called up to the gate here for the 7th. Entries moving on the stable turn here in the 7th condition field. They go for first 1300. Windermere Don't Matter. Redmond Doucette, A Better Man, Gerard Kennedy, Betty White and Zach Mullins. Damn Lucky, Ambrose Gillis, I See True Grit, Mark Campbell. Cruising again, Rodney Gillis, La Playa Deo. Out of Ryan DeRoche, they're in the backfield. Entries come to the top of the lane here at the Inverness Raceway for the 7, 6 on gate. 1 is light. Gate picks up speed. Down off the gate and away in A Better Man. Heads out looking for the lead along with Betty White on the outside. Windermere Don't Matter. I See True Grit is also out there on the outside. They're heading toward the opening quarter now. And their own Betty White heads up front down the lead to Better Man. Takes back here in second. Up here third. Windermere Don't Matter. I See True Grit. Yeah, the 4 up in 5. That is La Playa Deo. Up here in 6, it's Damn Lucky. In the backfield, it's cruising again. 29 and 1/5. Past that opening quarter, and Betty White is up front by 2 on the lead. Driving second, that is A Better Man. Windermere Don't Matter. Yeah, the 4. Heading toward the half mile, Betty White. Here's second on the outside. Windermere Don't Matter in third at the rail. That is A Better Man. 4 on the outside and grabbing on. That is La Playa Deo. I See True Grit, Damn Lucky, and cruising again. 59 and 2/5. There is 4 in. There's 3 out. The 3/4 is up and coming, and Betty White is still comfortable up front. From the lead, Windermere Don't Matter is second. In third at the rail, A Better Man is starting to pick up the pieces here. Damn Lucky is on the far outside, but Betty White has pushed that lead to 5. On the lead and the gray, Betty White in a cakewalk. 129 and 4/5. Off the top turn, through the lanes. Betty White will win it. The fight is going to be for second. Down in at the rail, that's A Better Man. Here's Damn Lucky at the mile. Second is A Better Man. Damn Lucky is third. No doubt about that winner. Betty White, Zach Mullins, 158 and 4. Coming back a winner here in the 7th. 4-year-old. Great pacing mare by Arthur Blue Chip at the Jet Log mare, Joanne Jet. This horse was bred by Mackenzie Spence at a Prince Edward Island. The 4-year-old mare is owned by Darlene McClellan. At Inverness, Brock McClellan. Out of Alberta, Zach Mullins is the trainer driver. He goes wire to wire, 158 and 4/5. That represents a new lifetime record for the 4-year-old mare. In the winner's enclosure, 4-year-old Betty White. Unofficially 3, 2, 4, and 7. Betty White, the winner of Better Man, was second. Damn Lucky third. La Playa Deo finished up 4. I have a special guest going to make an announcement to everybody on the grounds here this afternoon. It's Ian McCachran from Harness to Hope. He's going to make an announcement to you fine people.
Okay, so a couple minutes ago, I was in the stands and I seen tickets everywhere. The ground, the earth isn't a trash can. Trash cans were made to put trash in, not on the ground. How would you like it if you were the grass and people were putting trash on you? So this is a reminder to everyone here to put their trash in the garbage, not the ground. Bye.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you very much. That's from Ian McCachran of Harness the Hope. And the 7th official, Windermere Don't Batter 5, a Better Man second, Betty White the winner. Damn Lucky third, I See True Grit 7, Cruising Again was 6, and La Playa Deo finished up 4. 29 and 1, 59 and 2, 129 and 4. 158 and 4/5, top of the card. 521, 3764 on the bottom, 158 and 4/5, new lifetime mark, 4-year-old mare, Betty White and Zach Mullins. 770, 780, 710 across the board. The place, the 2, a Better Man, 1090, 480. The show, the 4, Damn Lucky, 330. Good Exacta, $97.80, $97.80. Track to combination 3, 2, and 4, $567.30. Up and coming. It's race number 8. Atlantic Sire Stakes. 3-year-old Pacing Colts A Division for $14,080. Field of 5. Rosetown Eclipse, Filthy Phil, Here on Earth, All My Lovin', and Moonfall. That's the Atlantic Sire Stakes A Division, up and coming in 11 minutes. Our 50-50 on sale in the grandstand area. 50-50 on sale. We're at $1,400. $1,400 will draw upon completion of race number 12 on this 13-dash program here this afternoon. We're at 1,400 right now. My call here in the eighth. Here in the eighth. I went to the one. Rosetown Eclipse. This 3-year-old by Bet the Moon. Owned by the Rosetown Stable. James Gorman and Mike Gorman. Corey McPherson trains and drives. 3 starts this year. Finished up 3rd. Finished up 2nd. And was a winner, but disqualified at the Troll Raceway in the Turner. For 2nd, I went to the 4. All My Lovin'. Mark Campbell driving for Earl Watts. And for 3rd, over in this one, I went to the 3. Here on Earth and Paul Langell. Parading from the lower turn, Atlantic Sire Stakes. 3-year-old pacing Colts A division for $14,080. Rosetown Eclipse on the rail. Corey McPherson trains and drives for the Rosetown Stable. James and Mike Gorman, bred by Carrie and Emily Taylor. Lisa Richards. To his Filthy Phil, Redmond Doucette is the owner-driver. The trainer, Lennon McIsaac. The breeder is John McClellan. 3 here on Earth, Paul Langell. Drives for trainer Adam Lerner. Jared and James Barrett are the owners. Clark Booster is the breeder. All My Lovin'. Brianna and Daryl Wolick Racing are the breeders. Owned by the Windermere Farms. Brian and Ira Wolick Racing. Debbie Denny and Clive Balderson. Mark Campbell up. Moonfall. Brody McPhee for Tom Weatherby. The owners are Hal Smith and Ian Smith. The breeder is Charlotte Ranch. A field of 5. Atlantic Sire Stakes. A 3-year-old Colts A division for $14,080. Entries having 2 scores. And moving to the gate. The entries for the 8th in the hands of your starter. Entries moving on the stable turn. Here for the 8th. 3 Bet the Moons in here. A Malicious and a Shanghai Phil. A field of 5 Atlantic Sire Stakes. 3-year-old Pacing Colts A Division for $14,080. Rosetown Eclipse on the rail and Corey McPherson, Filthy Phil. And a Redmond Doucette, Here on Earth and Paul Langell, All My Lovin', Mark Campbell and Moonfall, and Brody McPhee. A field of 5 comes to the top of the lane. Here at the Inverness Raceway, Atlantic Sire Stakes, 3-year-old Pacing Colts, A Division. They're off and racing in a Rosetown Eclipse. Hit zone 40, driving second, that is Filthy Phil. Up here third, All My Lovin'. Out here 4 on the outside, that is Here on Earth in the backfield. That is Moonfall. On toward the opening quarter now, and up front on the lead is the 3-year-old Bet the Moon, Rosetown Eclipse. And rain to Corey McPherson. He's chopping out these early fractions. Second is Filthy Phil, driving third, All My Lovin'. He hit a 4 Here on Earth, and then Moonfall in the backfield. 30 and 1. Past that opening quarter, on toward the half mile now. We're stretched out. Single file approaching the half. Up front on the lead, that is Rosetown Eclipse. Filthy Phil is second. Here's the first on the outside. That is All My Lovin'. Racing in 4 Here on Earth in the backfield. It's Moonfall. 59 and 1/5. Past the half mile, we're up the backside and the 3/4 up and coming. Rosetown Eclipse by a quarter of the length. Second on the outside, All My Lovin'. A third is Filthy Phil. Then Here on Earth and Moonfall. Up past that 3/4, Rosetown Eclipse won't let All My Lovin' on by. Driving third, that is Here on Earth. 128 and 3/5 past 3/4. Rosetown Eclipse is going to bring them on home. All My Lovin' is second on the outside, and they're third. That's Here on Earth. He's going to scoot down the rail. We're driving through the lanes. Rosetown Eclipse on the outside, All My Lovin', but Rosetown Eclipse hangs on. All My Lovin' second. Here on Earth up for third. 157 and 1/5. Rosetown Eclipse here in the 8th. Unofficially 1-4, 3 and 5. 1-4, 3 and 5. Rosetown Eclipse the winner. All My Lovin' second. Here on Earth third. Moonfall finish 4. Coming back a winner here in the 8th. Atlantic Sires takes 3-year-old pacing Colts A division for $14,000 and $80. 3-year-old black pacing gelding by Bet the Moon. Had the modern art mare Brody's Leona. This horse was bred by Carrie and Emily Taylor and Lisa Richards. At a Prince Edward Island, trained and driven by Corey McPherson. 157 1/5, Rosetown Eclipse, capturing top honors in the Atlantic Sire Stake and a trackside cooler presentation to the Atlantic Sire Stake winner, Rosetown Eclipse, Corey McPherson, being presented by track manager Megan McQuarrie. Rosetown Eclipse, Corey McPherson, congratulations. Eighth official, Rosetown Eclipse, the winner. Filthy Phil, finish 5. Here on Earth 3. All My Lovin' second. Moonfall was 4. 30 and 1 by the quarter. 59 and 1. 128 and 3. 157 and 1. Top the program 15324 on the bottom. 157 and 1/5. 3-year-old Rosetown Eclipse and Corey McPherson. $4, 210 and 210. The place 4, All My Lovin', 210, 210, no shows. On the 3 here on Earth. 143 try, $17.30. Quinella, 1 and 4, 4 and 1, $3.10. Up and coming in the 9th. A full field of 8. And the entries are going as programmed. Guest announcer here for this afternoon. He's going to be calling races number 9 and 11. Races 9 and 11 here on this 13-dash card. Mr. Justin Turnbull of Dominion.
Afternoon's 9th race is now on Post Parade. Eastward All Fun, the one. It's owned by the G.G. Stone and Max stable from Port Hood, Nova Scotia. Bernie McDonald trains. Donald Gillis drives the one. Eastward All Fun. 2 Whistler is owned by Sandy McNeil from Maboo, Nova Scotia. He also trains and drives the 2 Whistler. 3 Custard's Dungeon for James Struthers from Port Moran and James Struthers from Glace Bay, Nova Scotia. Zach Mullins trains. Mark Campbell drives the 3 Custard's Dungeon. 4 Doc's Ron Henry for the Effort Beaton from Port Hood. He also trains. Rodney Gillis drives the 4 Doc's Ron Henry. 5 Lorry Merchandise. Dion Gillis owns. Ambrose Gillis training and driving the 5 Lorry Merchandise. 6 Zayden's Luck for Route 19 Racing. Lewis McDonnell trains and drives the 6 Zayden's Luck. 7 Yacht Sealster for Cole Mullins, Angus McCory, and Will Basker and Jamie Struthers. Zach Mullins training and driving the 7 Yacht Sealster. Rounding out the field is 8 J.J. Aurora for Robert McLeod and Wayne Gillis. Robert McLeod does the training. Redmond Doucette drives the 8 J.J. Aurora. Field of 8 to contest the afternoon's 9th race kicks off Exactor and Triactor. One-place show wagering. 3 minutes to 9th race post time. Reminder here in the afternoon's 9th that the 50-50 will be drawn after race 11. Down to 3 minutes post time here for the afternoon's 9th. I landed on the 5 entry in here. Lorry Merchandise. It's coming off a first place finish in the non-winners of 6:01 last week in 2 minutes 3/5 for Ambrose Gillis, closing it out in 31-2. Got 1 win on the season from 1 start. So for first, I'll go to the 5 Lorry Merchandise and Ambrose Gillis here in the 9th. For second here in the afternoon's 9th, I'll go to the 2 entry in here with Whistler. It's coming off a second place finish to talk some smack in 2:01 flat, closing it out in a good 30-3. Did qualify where he finished 4th to Traveling Soldier in 2:06-3. Last season he had 1 win from 35 starts. So for second, I'll go to the 2 Whistler and Sandy McNeil here in the 9th. And for third here in the afternoon's 9th, I'll go with the rail entry in here with Eastward All Fun. This comes out of a 4th place finish to What's Up Doc and the optional 7 Claimer, charting in 2 minutes 2/5, closing it out in 29-2. Last season he had 2 wins from the season on 18 starts, took a mark of 158-1 here at Inverness. So for third, I'll go with the 1 Eastward All Fun and Donald Gillis here in the afternoon's 9th. Starter calls the horses. It's post time. A full field of 8 lines up to contest the afternoon's 9th race with Eastward O Fun, Donald Gillis, Whistler, Sandy McNeil, Custard's Dungeon, Mark Campbell, Doc's Ron Henry, Rodney Gillis, Lori Merchandise, Ambrose Gillis, Zayden's Luck, Lewis McDonnell, Yacht Sealster, Zach Mullins, JJ Aurora, and Redmond Doucette. 9th race through the stretch. Here they come. They're off and pacing. Custard's Dungeon and Lori Merchandise, those two firing out of there into the turn. Eastward All Fun goes third. Yacht Sealster's fourth. Fifth, there'll be Zayden's Luck. JJ Aurora can see them sixth. Doc's Ron Henry seventh. And off stride in the backfield went the 2 entry. Whistler. Up front is Mark Campbell and Custard's Dungeon. Sitting in the 2 hole, that'll be Lori Merchandise. Eastward All Fun is third. Yacht Sealster can see them fourth. Then a little bit of gap to Zayden's Luck. JJ Aurora, Doc's Ron Henry, and Whistler is the trailer back there in 8th. The opening quarter was stepped in 28 and 4 for Yacht Custard's Dungeon. Lori Merchandise is second. Third, moving to the outside. Here goes Eastward All Fun. Fourth underway, that'll be Yacht Sealster. Zayden's Luck is there fifth. Then a little bit of gap to JJ Aurora fifth. Doc's Ron Henry is seventh. And in the backfield, that'll be Whistler. Custard's Dungeon got them halfway home in 57-1. Mark Campbell's up front with Custard's Dungeon. Eastward All Fun first up second. Lori Merchandise shoots the gap third. Yacht Sealster, he's well spotted, second over fourth. Zayden's Luck is there fifth. JJ Aurora sixth. Doc's Ron Henry can see them seventh. And Whistler is the trailer back there in 8th. As they're at the 3/4 pole now, it's still Custard's Dungeon. Second, it'll be Eastward All Fun. Yacht Sealster's first up third. 3/4 was stepped in 1:27-2. Custard's Dungeon. He looks to go wire to wire for Mark Campbell as they're coming with 1/8 of a mile left to go. Yacht Sealster's there second. Eastward All Fun is third. As they're coming to the top of the stretch, Custard's Dungeon the leader. Here comes Yacht Sealster. It looks to be close on the line. Yacht Sealster will get up for Zach Mullins. Custard's Dungeon is second. Eastward All Fun is third. Yacht Sealster and Zach Mullins stop the clock in 1:58-3. Returning back to the 9th race winner's circle, the number 7, Yacht Sealster. The 10-year-old brown pacing gelding from Shadow Play. From the Arts Place Dam, Yankee Athena. For Cole Mullins and Angus McCory, Will Basker and Jamie Struthers, Zach Mullins training and driving. First on the season for Yacht Sealster. That'll be his 32nd lifetime. Mile was up in 1:58 and 3. Afternoon's 9th race is now official. Eastward All Fun was 3rd. Whistler was 8th. Custard's Dungeon 2nd. Doc's Ron Henry was 7th. Laurie Merchandise 6th. Zayden's Luck 4th. Yacht Sealster race winner. JJ Aurora was 5th. Fractions were 28 and 4, 57 and 1, 127 and 2, and a mile of 158 and 3 for 7. Yacht Sealster. Yacht Sealster pays $16.40, $5 and $4.30. The 3, Custard's Dungeon, $3.40 and $3.10. And the 1, Eastward All Fun, $2.60 to show. Top down of your program should read 382, 7641, 5 on the bottom. The exactor for 7-3 paid $36.40. The triactor for 731 came in at $147. Upcoming 10th race, the Phil Pinckney Memorial Nova Scotia Stakes. 3-year-old pacing fillies comes up next in 11 minutes.
On parade from the lower turn are the entries here in the 10th Phil Pinckney Memorial Nova Scotia Stake. 3-year-old pacing fillies for $10,220. Blue Jean Baby on the rail, owned by Motor Kerr and Bill Babineau. This horse was bred by Greg McKenzie and Megan Baird. Bernard McCallum does the training. Ernie Laffin. Mimas Mapo, yet opposed to, owned and bred by Haley Curry. Mary Claire McDonald trains and drives. Joe Baxter, the owner of 3, Salzbrook Lynn, bred by the Salzbrook Stable and Rebecca Hamilton. Joe Baxter trains Ryan Durash in the Sulky. 4, Tall Dark Latte, owned by the Redland Farms. This horse was bred by Wallen Ridge Farms Incorporated. Sherry Meyer. Tom Weatherby trains Brody McPhee up. Rounding out the field, number 5, Salzbrook Inferno. Over the Windermere Farms, Hollis Newton, Sterling Buchanan, and Jack Quinn. Bred by the Salzbrook Stable Incorporated and Rebecca Hamilton. Earl Watts trains Mark Campbell is in the sulky. Field of 5 here on the Phil Pinckney Memorial Nova Scotia Stake for 3-year-old pacing fillies, going to post in 5. My selection here in the 10th, I went to the 4, Tall Dark Latte, a 3-year-old Tall Dark Stranger filly, owned by the Redland Farms at Bible Hill. Tom Weatherby does the training. Brody McPhee will be in the sulky here this afternoon. Here in the Phil Pinckney Memorial Stake, a winner his last start at the Charlottetown Driving Park in 1:56 last quarter in 29 2/5. For second, I went to the 3, Salzbrook Lynn, a one-time winner this year for Ryan DeRoche, and he's back in the sulky this afternoon for trainer Joe Baxter. A winner in 57 at the Truro Raceway. For third, I went to the 5, Salzbrook Inferno, owned by the Windermere Farms, Hollis Newsom, Sterling Buchanan, and Jack Quinn. Earl Watts is the conditioner. Mark Campbell is in the sulky. He was a winner, hooked out the entire mile in 58 1/5 at the Truro Raceway in the Atlantic Sire Stakes A Division. He's a good ticket on the board at $10. $10.80. We're at $1,895 in that 50-50. $1,895. Last call for the 50-50 we're going to draw after race number 11. After race number 11, the 50-50 draw, we're at $18.95. The 2, Mimazamapo, has returned from the paddock area. Now the entries are going to the gate. Entries for the 10th in the hands of your starter. Entries moving on the stable turn here in the 10th, Phil Pinckney Memorial Stake. In honor of the late and great Phil Pinckney. 3-year-old pacing filly, Blue Jean Baby. Scoring on the rail for Ernie Laffin. Mimazamapo, Mary Claire McDonald, Salzbrook Lynn, Ryan DeRose, Tall a Dark Latte. Brody McPhee, Salzbrook Infernal, and Mark Campbell. Field of 5 comes to the top of the lane. Here in the 10th, the Phil Pinckney Memorial Stake for $10,220. They're off and racing in Tall Dark Latte. Heads out full of the lead for Brody McPhee. Up here, second on the outside. That is Salzbrook Infernal. Racing in third at the rail, Blue Jean Baby. 4, Mimazamapo. And in the backfield, that is Salzbrook Lynn. Stretched out single file the opening quarter. And up front on the lead, Tall Dark Latte. Driving their second, Salzbrook Inferno. In 3, Blue Jean Baby. 4 up on the outside. That is Salzbrook Lynn in the backfield, Mimazamapo. 30-1. Past that opening station, we're on toward the half mile. And up front on the lead is the 3-year-old by Tall Dark Stranger. That's Tall Dark Latte. In rein to Brody McPhee up front on the lead. Challenging here on the outside is Ryan DeRose. With Salzbrook Lynn in third at the rail, getting a good seat. There, that is Salzbrook Inferno. 1 minute, 3/5 up the backside, 3/4 up and coming under a snug hold. Up front on the lead, that is Tall Dark Latte. Second on the outside, Salzbrook Lynn. Third in at the rail is Salzbrook Inferno. Then you go back 5, and we're going to pick up Blue Jean Baby in the backfield. It's Mimazamapo. On towards that 7/8 turn now. Tall Dark Latte. 130 and 1/5 is opening up by 3 on the lead. Driving second, Solsbrook. Inferno. Then up here through the outside comes Blue Jean Baby. We're driving through the lanes in the Phil Pinckney Memorial Nova Scotia Stake. 3-year-old fillies winning comfortable. Tall Dark Latte. Second is the 5 Solsbrook Inferno. Then up third, it's the 1 Blue Jean Baby. 1:58 and 2. 1:58 and 2. Tall Dark Latte here in the 10th. The judge's inquiry showing on the board. It was heading towards the 5/8 turn on the 2. Mimaza Mapo made a break, but there was no interference and no violations here in the 10th. Coming back a winner from the lower turn, the winner of the Phil Pinckney Memorial Nova Scotia Stake for 3-year-old pacing fillies. It's the 3-year-old pacing filly by Tall Dark Stranger in the Rock and Roll Hanover mare. Out of This World. This horse was bred at Wallen Ridge Farm Incorporated in Cherry Watts out of New Jersey. Tom Weatherby that does the training. Brody McPhee in the sulky, winning quite easily, wire to wire, 158 and 2/5. Third winner on the season, 6th winner overall, 158 and 2/5. This is 3-year-old Tall Dark Latte. Got a trackside cooler presentation to the winner, Tall Dark Latte, Brody McPhee. Congratulations, Brody. 10th official, Blue Jean Baby 3. Meet Miles, Mopball 4. Salzburg Lynn 5. Tall Dark Latte. The winner, Salzburg Inferno 2nd. 30 and 1, Minute and 3. 130 and 1. 158 and 2/5. Top the program. 3, 4, 5, 1, 2 on the bottom. 158 and 2/5. A 3-year-old, Tall Dark Latte. And Brody McPhee, 360, 210 and 210. The place to 5, Salzburg Inferno. 270, 270. The show the 1, Blue Jean Baby. $4.40. 4554 Quinella. $7 even. 451. Track to come back 3440. 3440. Up and coming in the 10th. Field of 7. Conditioned field. Non-winners 1201. Fillies and mares. Non-winners 1301. Also eligible. $9,000 claiming. It's a field of 7. They go for purse $1,700. Last call for that 50-50. We're going to draw after race number 11. We're at $1,895. Inverness is 50-50. It's the best in the Maritimes. Joe Janiga, take the phone in the paddock area. Joe, please. Joe Janiga, take the phone in the paddock area. If you're over on this side, Joey, report to the judges' stand, please.
Entries are now on track for post parade for the afternoon's 11th race. Talk Some Smack, the 1. It's owned and trained by Kevin McDonald. Donald Gillis drives the 1. Talk Some Smack. 2, What's Up, Doc? Is owned and trained by John McClellan. Mark Campbell does the driving on 2. What's Up, Doc? 3, Lofty Shadow is owned by Avery Frazier. Charles Frazier does the training. David Dowling drives the 3, Lofty Shadow. 4, Woodmere Heather is owned by Elena Peterson. Melanie LeBlanc does the training. Monica Sutherland drives the 4, Woodmere Heather M. 5, I Got Socks for Anita Gillis and D. Efford Beaton. D. Efford Beaton trains. Rodney Gillis drives the 5, I Got Socks. 6, Dirty Bobby for Redmond Doucette and Andy Stewart. Lennon McIsaac does the training. Redmond Doucette drives the 6, Dirty Bobby. And rounding out the field is the 7, Kraken Sealster, is owned by Carl Campbell. Arden Mofford training and driving the 7, Kraken Sealster. Field of 7 to kick off the Triactor and Exactor here in the afternoon's 11th race. 4 minutes to post time. Down to 4 minutes to post time here for the afternoon's 11th race. I'll go with the 2 entry in here. What's Up, Doc? He's coming off of a first place finish. The now winners at 8:01 last week for Redmond Doucette in 1:59 and 2. Closing it out in 29 seconds flat. Does get Mark Campbell today. He's got 1 win from 2 starts this season. So for first, I'll go with the 2, What's Up, Doc, as he is currently the favorite at 1-4. For second in here, I'll go to the back tier, 7, Kraken Sealster. He's coming off of a 4th place finish in the winner's over to Light My Shadow, charting his own mile in 1:59 flat, closing it out in 30 and 3. Yet to hit the win column this season from 2 starts. So for second, I'll go to the 7, Kraken Sealster and Ard Mofford here in the 11th. And for third here in the afternoon's 11th, I'll go with the 5 entry in here. I Got Socks for trainer D. Efford Beaton. Rodney Gillis is the regular pilot. It's coming out for 3rd place finish to Privilege in 1:59 and 2, where he closed it out in 29 and 3. 2 starts back, he was a winner in 2:04 and 3 in the non-winners of 1001. So for third, I'll go with the 5, I Got Socks and Rodney Gillis here in the 11th. Starter calls the horses. It's post time. A field of 7 for the afternoon's 11th race lines up with Talk Some Smack, Donald Gillis. What's Up Doc, Mark Campbell. Lofty Shadow, David Dowling. Woodmere, Heather M, Monica Sutherland. I Got Socks, Rodney Gillis. Dirty Bobby, Redmond Doucette. Kraken Sealster in the back tier for Arden Mofford. 11th race, top of the stretch. Here they come. They're off and pacing. Talk Some Smack along the rail. What's Up Doc and Lofty Shadow. Those three fire out of there into the turn. Kraken Sealster goes 4th. 5th will be I Got Socks. Woodmere, Heather M can see them 6th. And the early trailer back there in 7th. That'll be Dirty Bobby. Mark Campbell's up front with What's Up Doc. Talk Some Smack. He's battling back along the rail. 3rd will be Kraken Sealster. Lofty Shadow 4th. Then a gap to 5 to I Got Socks. Woodmere, Heather M 6th. And Dirty Bobby. He is the trailer back there in 7th. The opening quarter was stepped in 28 and 1 for What's Up Doc. Talk Some Smack is 2nd. Kraken Sealster, he did not want to wait. The Big M's already underway from 3rd. Lofty Shadow is 4th. I Got Socks can see them 5th. Woodmere, Heather M moved to the outside 6th. And Dirty Bobby, the trailer back there in 7th. As they're halfway home in the 11th. What's Up Doc, the leader. Kraken Sealster, he's first to pounce there 2nd. Talk Some Smack along the rail 3rd. Lofty Shadow is 4th. Half was up in 57 and 2 for What's Up Doc. Kraken Sealster first up 2nd. Talk Some Smack is 3rd. 3 wide from 4th. There goes Lofty Shadow. Then 5th will be I Got Socks. Woodmere, Heather M 6th. Dirty Bobby the trailer as they're 3 wide at 3/4. Lofty Shadow sticks the neck out in front. Kraken Sealster in between horses. And then What's Up Doc is along the rail 3rd. 3/4 was up in 127 and 2 for Lofty Shadow as he looks to scoot away from them here as they're coming with an 1/8 of a mile left to go. What's Up Doc is their 2nd. Talk Some Smack, he's coming to the outside 3rd as they're coming to the top of the stretch. It's all over now here in the afternoon's 11th. David Dowling will get up with Lofty Shadow. Talk Some Smack up for 2nd. What's Up Doc is 3rd. Lofty Shadow and David Dowling stop the clock in 157 and 1. Returning back to the Denmark Acres winner's circle for the afternoon's 11th race is the 3-entry Lofty Shadow. Is owned by Avery Fraser from Inverness, Nova Scotia. Charles Fraser does the training. David Dowling, he's in the bike for the win. Lofty Shadow is a 7-year-old brown pacing gelding from Shadow Play from the Western Hanoverdam. Lofty Yankee. That'll be his first on this season for Lofty Shadow, and it'll be his 9th lifetime. And when it goes official, it'll be a new pacing record. Lofty Shadow and David Dowling in the 11th in 157-1. Afternoon's 11th race is now official. Talk Some Smack was second. What's Up Doc third. Lofty Shadow the race winner. Woodmere Heather M fifth. I Got Socks was sixth. Dirty Bobby seventh. Kraken Sealster was fourth. Fractions were 28-1, 57-2, 127-2, and a mile 157-1 for 3. Lofty Shadow. Top down your program should read 231. 5-6, 7-4 on the bottom. The 3 Lofty Shadow, 25.80, 14.50, and 5.40. The 1 Talk Some Smack paid 19.70 and 4.80. And the 2 What's Up Doc, $2, 10 cents to show. The exactor for 3-1 here in the afternoon's 11th paid $152.45. The triactor for 3-1-2, it paid $191.60. Upcoming 12th race is up next. Atlantic Sire Stakes, 3-year-old pacing colts A division in approximately 9 minutes.
Winner of this afternoon's 50-50 draw here at the Inverness Raceway. $1,980. $1,980. Trevor McPherson. Inverness, Trevor McPherson, $1,980. Up and coming here in the 12th, first end of the late daily double. Atlantic Sire Stakes, 3-year-old pacing colts A division for $14,080. One Candan. Scoring on the rail for Redmond Doucette. Malevolent. At a post 2 for Paul Langell. Fill My Beer. At a Mark Campbell, Like a King, David Dowling, Camco Lucas, and Brody McPhee. Atlantic Sire Stakes, 3-year-old pacing colts in 7 minutes. On parade from the lower turn are the entries here in the 12th. First and the late daily double. One Can Dan at a post one. Redmond Doucette is the owner driver. Lennon McIsaac is the trainer. Michael Clary is the breeder. Malevolent from post two. By Debbie Francis and Roseanne Langell. Paul Langell trains and drives. Fill My Beer. Mark Campbell hit a post three. Landon Campbell drives. Owned by Brady Doyle, Ryan McLeod, Kent McDonald, and Brent Campbell. Like a King, David Dowling does the driving. Jennifer Ritchie is the owner. Jennifer Doyle is the trainer. Camco Lucas, a 3-year-old malicious, owned by Hal Smith and Ethan Smith. Tom Weatherby trains. Brody McPhee is in the sulky. My call here on the 12th, I went to the 2 Malevolent. One-time winner in 2. The other start, he made a break in the Turner. He was a winner in 56 4/5 for Paul Langell in his last start over at Summerside in the PEI Colt Stake. That's the gold division. Last year, a winner of 9 of 10, paced in 54 3, and over $83,000 made. Malevolent, he'll be tough to beat, but he's going to have his hands full with this 4. Like a King, a 3-year-old Arthur Blue Chip, trained by Jennifer Doyle for Jennifer Ritchie at a Kingston, New Brunswick. A 4-time winner this year in 55 4/5 over at the Summerside Raceway. We've seen David Dowling get up and aboard that Lofty Shadow for Frankie Charlie Frazier and the Frazier boys. He was a winner in the last race with Lofty Shadow. He's up on Like a King, a winner of 4 of 5 this year. And for third, I went to the 3, Fill My Beer and Mark Campbell up. 5 starts this year, a winner, and 3 seconds. Paced of Ireland, 57 4/5. 2, 4, and 3. My call here in the 12th. This is the first end, the late double. They've been called up to the gate. Entries moving on the stable turn here in the 12th. Atlantic Sires takes 3-year-old Pacing Colts A division for $14,080. One Can Dan on the rail for Redmond Doucette. Malevolent. And Paul Langell. He hit a post two. He's at $3.50 on the board. Phil Mybeer and Mark Campbell up in post three. Like a King and David Dowling. At a post four, Kemco Lucas and Brody McPhee up in five. Field of five, Atlantic Sire Stakes. 3-year-old Pacing Colts. A division. Come through the lane. Down off the gate no way. And Phil Mybeer heads out for the lead. One Can Dan. He's driving in second. Malevolent is third. Out here, four on the outside. That was Kemco Lucas. He's going to duck back down now fourth. That is Like a King. Kemco Lucas is fifth. They're up toward the opening quarter now, and Malevolent. And Paul Langell quickly up here on the outside. Look at this 3-year-old pace. On towards the 3/8 turn, 29 past that opening quarter. And the 3-year-old by Malicious. His name is Malevolent. He's up front on the lead, driving second here, Phil Mybeer. Driving up here third, that is One Can Dan at a 4, Like a King. And up here in 5, that is Kemco Lucas. We're on towards the 5/8 turn now. Up front on the lead, Malevolent, 57 2/5. Second is Phil Mybeer. Like a King is out here third on the outside for David Dowling. Kemco Lucas is going to follow him. And then One Can Dan. We're up towards that 3/4 now, and Malevolent. He's up front on the lead. Phil Mybeer is second. Like a King is third. We're passing the stable turn. The 7/8 turn is our next stop. Malevolent up front, 127 2/5, third quarter, 30 seconds even. Malevolent is opening it up on the field and through the lanes here. Phil Mybeer is second, then Like a King is third. Kemco Lucas is coming also. Malevolent to win it easily. For second, Phil Mybeer, then up third, Like a King. Fourth is Kemco Lucas, then One Can Dan. 155 2/5, Malevolent here on the 12th. Coming back from the lower turn, quite the little money maker here. Malevolent is a 3-year-old. Brown Pacing Gelding by Militia, said the Royal Majesty mare, Kelly Ann. That's Lady Kelly Ann. By Debbie Francis and Roseanne Langell. This horse was bred by Gary McPherson at a Prince Edward Island. Paul Langell is the trainer driver. That's 2 of 3 on the season. A good race winning trip here at the Inverness Raceway. 155 2/5. Capturing top honors in the Atlantic Sire Stakes. 3-year-old Pacing Colts. In reign to Paul Langell. Congratulations. A winner of over $83,000 last year in 10 starts. 2 for 3 this year, and a winner of over $17,000. Malevolent. Last quarter in 28 flat, a mile 55 2/5. And the 12th official, One Can Dan, was 5. Malevolent, the winner. Fill My Beer was second. Like a King, third. Camco Lucas, 4. 29, 57 2, 127 2. Last quarter in 28, a mile of 155 2/5. Topped the program. 5, 1, 2, 3, then 4 on the bottom. 155 2/5. Malevolent, the winner. For owners Debbie Francis and Roseanne Langell, trainer driver Paul Langell. Across the board 290, 240, 210. Place the 3 of Fill My Beer, $4, 310. The show, the 4 Like a King, $2.10. 2-3 Quinella, $4.20, $4.20. Tracked combination 2, 3, and 4, $12.60. Up and coming, race number 13. It's the go-home pace. Winner's over. They go for purse $2,000. Field of 7, and the entries are going as programmed. Your approximate daily double odds. The 1 East Coast Invader, 28. Fear My Shadow, 33. Light My Shadow, $4.90. Rock'em Sock'em Scott, $84. Windermere Best Man, $84. Going yard, $42. No tickets sold on Spectrum Sealster. Entries parading here in the 13th. Winners over for 2000. East Coast Invader owned by Todd and Monica Sutherland. Monica Sutherland up. Mark Campbell on the 2 Fear the Shadow owned by Irish Road Stables. Brian McGinnis trains. Up in Post 3, winner of last 2 weeks. Winner's over. It's Light My Shadow. Owned by Angela MacArthur and Zach Mullins. Zach Mullins up. 4, Rock'em Sock'em Scott. George Kennedy is the owner-driver. Donald Kennedy trains. Win to be your best man, owned by Simon Poirier, Chad McDonnell Laney. Hanscombe trains. Redmond do set up. David Dowling on the 6 going yard, owned by Renison Racing Incorporated. Eden Ferris. George Renison trains. David Dowling up. Arden Mofford on the 7 Spectrum Sealster, owned by Max Webster Stable. Mary McQuarrie does the training. Field of 7. Going to post in 5 minutes. 5 to go. Racing here again at the Inverness Raceway. We're going on Wednesday evening this week. 7 o'clock is our post time. Condition sheet has been posted. Declaration box closes 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. They'll have the draw afterward, then go to Standard Bred Canada. You'll find the list. For the races here on Wednesday evening, 7 o'clock is our post. I went over this card quickly yesterday afternoon, and my choice here in the 13th, I went with the 3. Like my shadow winner last week, going away for Zach Mullins in 57 and 3. For second, I went to East Coast Invader and Monica Sutherland. For third, I went to the 5 Windermere Best Man. 3, 1, and 5 were my marked in calls. I'm looking at the 6 Going Yard and David Dowling. He was a winner at the Summerside Raceway in 2 starts in 56 and 3 and 56 and 4. David Dowling drove him 1 start. Corey McPherson drove him the other. He certainly has to be one that is considered here on the winners over. Entries for the 13th are in the hands of your starter. Entries moving on the stable turn here in the winner's over. They go for purse $2,000. And yes, Donnie McClellan, this is the go home pace. Field of 7 East Coast Invader and Monica Sutherland. Fear the Shadow, Mark Campbell. Like My Shadow and Zach Mullins. Rock'em Sock'em Scott, Gerard Kennedy, Windermere Best Man, and Redmond Doucette, Going Yard, and David Dowling. Arden Mofford and Spectrum Sealster in the back tail. Field of 7, recall here in the 13th. Parimutuel windows remain open. Recall. Recall here in the 13th, the 4 interfering on the 5 Windermere Best Man. 4 interfering on the 5 Windermere Best Man. A late scratch. Here in the 13th, the 3, Light My Shadow, has been scratched. Parimutuel windows remain open. The 3, Light My Shadow, is a late scratch here in the 13th. Entries moving on the stable turn. Here in the 13th, cut down to a field of 6, East Coast Invader, Fear the Shadow, Rock'em Sock'em Scott, Windermere Best Man, Going Yard, and Spectrum Sealster. In the back tier, 5 on gate, 1 is late. Winners over 2,000 come through the lanes here at the Inverness Raceway in the finale. Down off the gate and away in Redmond Doucette sends Windermere Best Man. Out front on the lead, driving second, East Coast Invader. Up here at third on the outside, that is Going Yard at 4, Spectrum Sealster. Up here in 5, that is Fear the Shadow. In the backfield, it's Rock'em Sock'em Scott up toward the opening quarter now. And Windermere Best Man tells Going Yard to take a seat in the 2-hole. Up here third, that is East Coast Invader. You get a 4, Fear the Shadow. That is Spectrum Sealster, then Fear the Shadow, and Rock'em Sock'em Scott. 28 4/5 past that opening station on toward. Now your half mile up front on the lead. That is the 7-year-old Malicious. Windermere Best Man, Going Yard, snug on the helmet there second. East Coast Invader drives first up. He's going to get the cover. He's going to give that to Fear the Shadow. Then Spectrum Sealster and Rock'em Sock'em Scott. 58 3/5 past the half mile up the backside, and the 3/4 up and coming now. At Windermere Best Man. He's up front on the lead. He leads it by a length. East Coast Invader is second here on the outside. Going Yard is in third at the rail, and he needs some racing room. Spectrum, Sealster, Fear the Shadow, Rock'em, Sock'em, Scott. Windermere Best Man is going to try to play with East Coast Invader here on the outside. Going Yard is going to have to be kept in the hole, but he's going to swing out. He's going to go 3 deep, and Windermere Best Man is asked to go on. 128 and 4/5. We're through the lane. Windermere Best Man. Going Yard is on the far outside. They're racing through the lane, and Going Yard is up to win it. Windermere Best Man is second. East Coast Invader up here for third. Going Yard and David Dowling, 158 and 3/5 here in the winner's over. Coming back, the winner of the winner's over. 5-year-old bay pacing mare by Always a Virgin had the Park Place mare. Pride Park. This horse was bred by Terry Leonard at Harvard, Illinois. Owned by Renison Racing Incorporated at a Truro. Eden Farish at a Summerside, Prince Edward Island. George Renison trains David Dowling in the sulky, his second winner on the program. Going Yard, 58 and 3. David Dowling here in the 13th. And the 13th official East Coast Invader 3. Fear the Shadow 6. Like My Shadow scratched. Rock'em Sock'em Scott was 5. Windermere Best Man 2nd. Going Yard was the winner, and Spectrum Sealster 4. 28 and 4, 58 and 3. 128 and 4, 158 and 3. Top of the program, 3 scratched. 5, 2, 1, then 4 on the bottom, 158 and 3/5. Going Yard, David Dowling, second winner on the program, $6, 210, 290. The place to 5, Windermere Best Man, 640, 540. And the show entry, the 1, East Coast Invader, $9.50. 6, 5, and 1 Triacta. It came back $61.30. The Exacta paid more, 6 and 5 for $2 tickets, $78.40. The double come back $15.70. Our next card of racing here at the Inverness Raceway goes to post on Wednesday evening. 7 o'clock is our post time. Condition sheet has been posted. Declaration box closes 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. They'll have the draw. The list will be on Standard Bred Canada. Until Wednesday, take your time and have a safe and pleasant drive home. Good afternoon.